I'ma be rich. I'm the bad witch. I'ma be rich.
Happy day, that said. Talking with your favorite friendly entertainer. Who clearly has, not applied her lipstick evenly. Haha. How dare you touch my forte? The way that people utilize, communicative speech, that I have realized recently, I wouldn't necessarily implicate, myself into my own quandaries because I wouldn't want myself to become obsessed with myself in the status quo of quandaries. Maybe, as Enurodyssey is, rewriting websites and, designing applications and, not trying to navigate through body language because that's cringe. That's against the practice of how I would want to interact with myself. So, of course, what Enurodyssey sells on the market is going to be prevalent on the market. I don't need to sit around, hear you talk for a year about, your groundbreaking designs because I'm sure that I'll fucking purchase that shit, talking, and then freaking insert it in your favorite friendly entertainers, and their stiggity motivators, because are they lovers and not haters, or are they just unstiggity tolerators? Either way, judgment is, clearly the essence of efficacy. I would guess, let's play a guessing game before I open the chat. Is that, am I bracing myself? Yay, that means people in California are gonna die because it's not necessarily the fault line. Let's, tender it as the age gap because it is just cringe that America tries to fucking formulate speech patterns. That's the kind of shit that, you wouldn't schedule yourself to, hey babe, babe, bestie, Johnny Gilbert you wanna, laugh at, this meme because California wants smoke. Tell them Enurodyssey has said so. Shout out. Did you just lose a friend? Yeah, based on, your comments. Oh yeah, killer, Shout out Strawberry Tabby. And shout out the Asians in the chat. They have some really glitchy freaking mind melting into large piles of stiggity experience because are you in my freaking you're in my country and I'm not gonna uphold your fucking Asian beauty standards, things and stuff and such. There are standards for you to uphold and stop fucking memeing with yourself because that's gross. Please and thank you. Malarix had mentioned, Enurodyssey, they have this new toothpaste that has something called niaminide, something like that. And it's supposed to, work magic tricks for, your senses of entitlement. Because if I hear that you would mention something about my gap in your stream, you're going straight to hell. Zero, without, zero questions asked. Because how dare you question my authority? Freaking Fuqua. Freaking Fuqua. You know, the white people love it. They're like, oh, Aaron Odyssey is cooler than all the white girls, you know. Let's, you know, try to not create complexes. Because that is your freaking job for the day, bitch. Create, you know, beauty entitlements in form of, maybe if you listen to your HTML fingers, you would block yourself. You know, that's why I had to mention the new updates and things and stuff and such. Shout out to nanochips and fucking Asians out there thinking, you know, about science. They're out there thinking about science. And your Odyssey is better than them. They're such haters. They're like, you know, things and stuff and such. And your Odyssey is like, shut the fuck up or I'll fucking nuke you, you fucking non-sons of bitches. You wanna be sons of bitches. Don't let me find those Twitter fingers. Saving my life. As if Asians gave a fuck about, you know, how, you know, Middle Eastern, you know, entitlements couldn't freaking rear up and fucking what-da-da! You know, and just one swipe of the freaking page and you're all fucking done with because blame it on your handful of Asians because I got 5 on it, man. Rolling with that NOE. Yeah. You know, the moment it shows, you know, you're gonna be over there fucking freaking out, man. Glitching out into another dimension. And your Odyssey is gonna give you too much of those. You know. Don't take those, man. Don't blame me, don't take those. And your Odyssey already gave it to him. You know. I hope their entitlement is not busy every 5 minutes. Tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel. Read the comments. Spam the blogs. Read the comments. Spam the blogs. Be sure, you know, not to, you know, yell at yourself so yourself can fucking yell at you. You know, it's one thing, you know, to piss somebody off because you know you're gonna, you know, receive a reaction. And don't be, you know, reactionary about the reaction. You know, it's real wild for about, you know, oh, it could last 5 seconds, you know. Just, you know. Oh, is that a sleeper cell? A sleeper incel. It's a sleeper incel. Put that bitch to sleep. What movie you watching? Oh, are you a fan of the vibes? Are you a fan of the vibes? Because I heard California is, you know, wanting to embrace, you know, the echelons of marketing that hasn't been sold to them. Buy crumbs! Invest in crumbs! Invest in crumbs, dum-dums! And then somebody the other day mentioned, they're like, hey, Odyssey, you look morbid. Hey, Odyssey looks morbid? You mean more bed? More bed in your Odyssey! Load them up in the truck! They won't realize that they were asleep for 5 minutes. We'll just have somebody, you know, manually override the keyboard. The keyboard combines, the keyboard columbines. Tis Columbine. Tis Columbine. This is my shimmy fingers. 'Cause shimmy for me, bitch! Did you know that you're watching and viewing that friendly entertainer, stickity motivator, and the wrench that broke the socket that you know was thrown into the machine of your capabilities? 'Cause it's going to fuck yourself. Definitely not regarding that. And a bag of chips. Ooh. Ah. Because I'm not entertained bite your boob job. You know, that's a real skill to create the boob job. Alright, so today we are trolling. Today we are going to be, we're not going to be, we are to be giant troll in form of birthday gaming. Did I not mention that I sold you some new drivers? Some driver updaters. Hey Rosie. You're crazy. Hey Rosie, I'm crazy, baby. listen. So I just, had upgraded myself to black. So black. The newest update, upgrade. Because some college people to think that ARC would not find it necessary somehow to secure some sort of entitlement. Or is it a reason for living? A reason for living. The guy. Don't smile, there's uncandid camera. One of the more attractive qualities is someone that loves you unconditionally and that only wants, the best for you. Realizing that, sometimes simplicity creates experience, You can be fancy and your other thing. I haven't necessarily started, to not listen to those liars. Anyway, we are trolling today. It's not 18 o'clock. We've been live for 18 minutes. What, dude? Happy day. The wired earbuds. It has its own mic. Unmute. Play birthday cake making round 2. Oh, I didn't already read about it in the blog. Nice glass house. It'll be perfect for my cooking experiment. It's guerrilla warfare. I don't wanna be a chicken, I don't wanna be a duck. And you wanna see, you shall kiss your butt. That is unsafe. That's unsafe. Observe as I make the bitches run away. Run away, bitches. I'm not here to, observe that you have received my new update. But you want to know all the freaking jitsu that, involved. Bah! Your voice is low. Only whenever I'm not reading the chat and freaking, in crazy mode. Or crazy mode. You don't have a crazy mode. If you roll a nickel down the street, it creates a freaking parade. Sounds good. Yes, I can. And you're the Lucy can hear. And you're the Lucy hears you.
Alright.
What do you know about being right in a world that is wrong? Well, the music level is perfect. It's not wrong. Happy birthday! You're learning to fake make. It's your round 2 of fake make. Let's pretend that there's not 2 fake makes freaking aimed at your freaking fake steak.
Upside down cake.
I call it a steak, guys.
Not have bugs.
I called me a steak. How is that and you're going to eat this steak?
The retention cake. I put it in the fridge.
And it's fresh out of a Dutch oven.
Buttered from yesterday. So that part's already done. Okay. Some butter from yesterday.
I didn't know that Caroline was a comedian.
I gotta preheat the oven. Why do I always want to turn this stove down? 325 preheat. The sugar is brand new. If it has bugs in it,
Do the Harlem Shake.
there's no it's the end of the line.
So, fuck you. And you're going to see screen glitch because,
Thank you, brunch is over.
and you're going to see screen glitch because you don't know. Shout out to you. Free Palestine! Shout out Caroline!
It's fine. It's not the end of the world.
No German. Oh, you didn't hear about all the, the rights that freaking, has been traversing around the internet, sorting through the grains to feed Caroline because Caroline looks like, she might be hungry.
Yeah, see, this is how sugar's supposed to be. You're supposed to have it not packed. You're supposed to not have to break it.
How hungry are you, Caroline? Would you like to have an opaque discussion about it?
Half cup, no bugs.
Oh, do you view the cup half empty or half full? Technically, within the essences of chat, to view the cup half empty would be to read the chat.
Okay,
To
brown
view it
sugar
half
done.
full, you would view the screen.
No bugs in brown sugar. Now, in a gallon bag so that cockroaches can't fly into the shit.
Feel a certain way about yourself because you don't know your own potential. Don't run away to, try to walk away. Try to walk away.
Last night,
Try to walk away from my delegation. You better stand only.
disaster.
Stand only steps.
Brown sugar couldn't make it. So we're running it back. We are running it back.
Patter.
Try to get it. Put the rest of
And you're like this.
Trashly did not need a mentor.
Lesbian bugs.
She is so, you are so good.
Lesbian bugs.
Creative, clever. I'm sorry I couldn't.
Play emote. It's play emote.
I was, you know what? I was
Play.
okay.
And you're like this.
The rest of the no.
Making pineapple upside down cake? Are you making a pizza cake? Pizza cake! Pizza cake! It almost sounds sounds like I'm mentioning piece of cake. It's actually pizza cake. Pizza cake.
Okay.
Cake,
So,
cake, 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 cake.
grease the pan with butter. Now we're making the caramel topping. So we're gonna heat the brown sugar and butter in a medium saucepan on medium heat.
Nice dance, nice dance. Glitch the feed, glitch the feed. They know, they know
So the reason
not what they don't know.
hurry
They don't know.
takes an hour. Takes like an hour or 20 minutes. So this is
I'm slicing through. I'm slicing through your life like butter. Cause that's, you know, not long for cake actually. Bake, 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 bake. Now, is this the part of the freaking stream where you try to play hide and seek with your ingredients? Because you're greedy.
Show beyond belief.
Not at all.
Watch shows.
Golly gee freaking super.
Remember we had fun.
Phil's birthday. Life! Diggity. And you better break your life, ho!
It smells really fast.
Are you a survivor of Christmas?
Shows life. Remember that.
Rewatching old shows. I do. And your honesty don't look at us again. Actually, I think your honesty treats are regular. We're not a team. We are better.
So, I ordered some brown sugar again.
Just dance.
I just thought now.
Just dance. Right.
So,
Yeah, all smiley face. I wonder how many brain cells your chat is freaking, you know. How many brain cells your chat is freaking, you know, cooking up just by, you know, watching you know, baking and trying to baking or trying to bake. That is impossible. We've made it freaking, you know, impossible because, you know, less is more. And shout out to Carlos. Hola, tell him I said hola. You know, and you know, and many more, and many more, and many more.
Thank you for being born. And then as soon as that's done, you pour the caramel into the pan and top with pineapple.
Were you originally from Texas? All their exes live in Texas.
This is supposed to be an easy thing.
Shout out outsourcing.
Yesterday,
Where did you read that blog? It was a blog from Texas. And honestly, maybe, you know,
Hey,
things and stuff and stuff.
burn it from your lungs.
Oh, and your honesty,
This is starting
and your honesty doesn't maybe things and stuff and stuff. Or does she? Or has she? Shout out LA.
SpongeBob cake pants. Bro said it was a pleasure to serve you.
Sweet Caroline.
Everyone's ready for the next one. Can you tip him? Oh yeah, I mean I tip ahead of time.
Good times do be good.
Sweet guy.
Ah! I'm elevated.
I don't know if
I'm elevated. I'm inspired. I'm inspired.
it's definitely bubbly. You know what? I think it's good. Okay.
Oh. Ah. Big birthday.
That's our mix.
Big deal.
The caramel mixture into the cake.
Quandary. 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 A quandary. A quandary. A quandary. A quandary.
First try. You believe it.
Speed and stuff and stuff.
Can you believe it?
So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't seem as though Caroline is, you know, ready for the interview because, you know, things that she's, you know, pretending to be busy with her hands. What time is it, Caroline? Making round 2.
Medium beef pancake. One stick of unsalted butter, 1 cup of dark brown sugar.
I think so. Some people say caramel.
Do all Americans call it caramel? Yeah. This is a regional dialect thing.
And Rosie was born before the wind. Where's that HTML even coming from? You are just a bum. And Rosie sailed into the misty. Walk now here to the sky.
We're just gonna put them into
We're smelling the sea and
here.
she's tasting the sky.
And do it because
Let's go soul embracing fly into the mystic. Into the mystic, you know?
because
She asked me into the fog. No, yeah, into the fog.
you don't have a
Yes,
pen.
that would be the proper Harvard scholar classic answer.
I've got
Do they have commercials for labor? Is that labor? Labor. It's labor clothing.
Maybe that's No,
And your other thing.
I don't need to see Dad's perfect cake as info for what I know. Not gonna be. Not gonna be that.
Anywho, those. Have fun, you know, making your cake. You look pretty freaking, you look pretty freaking cooked, you know? You look pretty toasted. Toasted, dude. I wasn't watching, you know, or, you know, I didn't read about your stream, you know, on Twitter.
Oh well.
Fix the volume.
To level it off.
Turn up the bass.
1, 2. Usually I don't do this face like this. God damn it.
Too bad.
3.
Hey Money Wubby.
Your bovine strength will be...
Is he a pay money hubby? Please someone pay money hubby.
Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe I'll...
It's a blood church concert tonight. Salting the earth. Glazing the salty earth with salty vibes. Is that cayenne pepper? Is that your pecker?
Is this gonna be the thing that makes you go to Quick? I mean, gimmick is quite the thing.
The pecking lord. Things and stuff and such. So, and you'll also see there's recent posts on Facebook. Be sure, check it out. It's Jenny Mirabal on Facebook. Legendary. And seriously. A derp. Where's Chat Chat? Chat Chat! Happy day, Chat Chat. Now if someone does not tell the name, yeah, you must mention the name. Guard these vibes, Chat. Alpha Game Beta. Alpha Game Beta is currently running on the market. Someone had a. Oh, you said you had a fight with one of your FMDs. No. Not well. You should be thankful that God, knows the numbers of each hair on your head. When you're studying, active, so rest time, because privacy matters. Not when you're Mario and Luigi. This is confidential. This tick for, caring to care about confidential information. Let's be nostalgia, let's enjoy the nostalgia of embracing who you are and being yourself. And knowing that, you don't have to trust people necessarily. Be thankful, grateful, and appreciative of those that are considerate, thoughtful, that think of you, that don't just think of you, within the realms of, ways you can think about a person, Do people constantly, question themselves, am I being racist? Am I being racist? Just be yourself. Know that the world can be racist sometimes. And Eurydice is inactive. Is actively inactive. Is that consistent inconsistency? No need to tickle your fancy today in Eurydice. You've had a Pabst Blue Ribbon, and you've read some Bill Gates quotes. Maybe he shall, guide you how to be more productive, guide you to be the best that you can be, within four walls. Within four walls. Spatial delegation. That you, believe, that and you believe in, Don't be, nervous to, they say, they mention, to meet your heroes, to meet, you don't maybe realize that your heroes might be your best friends, and they're not just best friends on Tuesday. Plan change. Tapping. There's EFT tapping. Utilizing meridians. Ball day. And Eurydice shall bring you out to the ball game. Bring you out meet the crowd, and you'd rather see shout, and you'd rather see Will. Buy you some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, and you'd rather see loves that you always return, and it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out in the old ball game. Honeymoon hops. Honeymoon hops. Stiggity. Addicted to room rather than going out. You know, the great thing about being a hermit in these times, you know, because to enjoy space, you know, time and space, close space and proximity with someone you love unconditionally that plays good video games. Jeez Louise. That's amazing. Inactive because Annual Odyssey pulled up screens that promote disbelief. Gone. What's gone? Mexico is here. You know, wouldn't it be cool to share knowledge and stories and guided ways to practice proper ethics within efficacy? Because, you know, naturally, the moon tears of the signs of the eclipse. The moon tears of the signs of the eclipse. And you obviously understand that you are, that you have an opinion on. That's an opinion! Gajali G freaking Fugway. How are you after a long time? You know, definitely embracing evolution. My evolution, and Odyssey is learning my evolution, and not necessarily in an unsteady way. You know, things and stuff and such. Things and stuff and such may be a science, practice, a profession, you know, that is known within, you know, preferred strategy puzzles. You don't necessarily strategy puzzle to not, you know, witness the examples of market within the community of, you know, things and stuff and such. How are you feel, dear? How do I feel? Elated. Ecstatic. To be elated through the ecstatic affirmations to not forget, because your name is, sometimes all you have in this world. And to begin to shed light of the importance of maintaining a name and allowing names to have a title, because if you wouldn't read a room and have somebody be so essentially moved by the experience and the knowing and the awareness of perfection. Wouldn't it be perfect if the person that you would find yourself to have love, share love with, share love for, love not being something unsightly, within the realms of, normal matching. Because you didn't understand, nor did you read the curiously affirming gratefulness from a person that, has affirmed the same qualities within truth. Facts. Gosh, Charlie G. Willikers. Even if it's not done, what kind of training is done there? What kind of training is done there? The training of perspective, knowledge, and how to utilize deductive reasoning within knowledge, and not necessarily realizing that everyone doesn't necessarily explain their stance within, current politics. Inactive, it was expected. Weed is, weed is good for you. And Eurydice believes and your honesty is curious. And doesn't necessarily feel captive. Captivated. Captivated by your truth. I think it, you type it into the booth. Type it to the booth. To enjoy y'all's comments instead of solving maths, solving maths and enjoying your comments. No one asks for marks on. Is that a Marxist statement? Enamored with the dedication. And Simon says, teach yourself to be, dedicated, and teach yourself to how to evolve purpose. Because joyfulness. And LOL, thanks. No worries, no worries. See, by the way, hurry is useless. Hurry is useless, whenever you are content and maybe curious. Maybe without questioning yourself. Because, oh my gosh, God, G Willikers and your honesty. It's been 5 minutes since you affirmed that you love me. And love for you. Curious, then my DP is not good. Depends how your DP, could be enjoying, double the comments. Ignore Kia. Because Hyundai. I'm sure that Kia and Hyundai motors have similar engine structures. I know that they're both made of fiberglass. Try better. Alright, and your Odyssey shall read all of the comments and not feel it necessary to gravitate towards the comments, that make sense for her, to her, and not to tickle a fancy of a delegation, because that is, that's work. I wouldn't predicate it to be my work. In similar fields. What if he was here, enjoying the politics of living my life day to day, throwing all my problems away, If they don't like it, that's because they are gay. What else more can I say? You can live in love and float away together in whatever way. Even if you want to save and utilize, marijuana, because my wife is fancy. You don't think about tuition whenever there's grants and scholarships that could be created just for your experience. Your experience to not necessarily experience. To regard and re-regard those that guard your vibes. And, allow and tolerate, the people reading the chat, the people interacting with, certain chats on certain days, to feel, look at, and, believe their chat in certain ways. And your honesty doesn't realize competition, and I don't necessarily think that competition would be viewed within the essences of Pikachu or I don't choose a you, I choose a Charizard. That is my Charizard. That is also my Charizard. You are my Charizard. You are also my Charizard. The evolution Charizard. Sylvie new, she will be here too. Maybe you can teach me how to language and download the Babbel app. And you love to see, you don't need Babbel. We shall listen to Mozart. A chill instrumental to keep you company. Stiggity, stiggity. Things. It's alright, to be honest, you wouldn't be worried about those that have judgments, because judgments can be productive within utilizing your perspective to not question myself or my faith. It's all about life, friendship, love, care, hate, etc., etc. Have you ever realized someone that triggers you at first becomes, triggers you in a way that, there's an emotional response, or maybe there's a response that's, not necessarily what you want to hear, or maybe it's exactly what you want to hear. Not being the kind of person that says things that people want to hear because you're true to yourself, and to know within 2 years, 2 freaking years, you know, to think, in your honesty, technically been your favorite person's wife. And things and stuff and such, you know. I'm sure you have comments about where you've, you know, what there has been, you know, understanding of perspective and things and stuff and such. What are you saying? Exactly. What am I saying? Am I saying something that's wrong? You know? I'm thinking about the Rihanna song. And honestly, it is curious. What happened to my face? My face is fine. That is your wish, curious. There's a bunch of cats that are, you know, feeling a certain way about my curiosity. Maybe you had convinced me that you are more than a fan. You have actually been a real human in my life. Not something that I read in the chat, not something that I've, you know, interacted with in a chat, you know, not just something that has been brought from a positive place and efficacy, and within, gosh golly gee willikers, wouldn't it be cool if, you know, we spawed and things and stuff and such. Because, you know, to dare yourself to embrace the moments of realization that sometimes reality becomes scary because you don't know how to, you know, not scare each other. You realize your reflection and you're like, oh, that's me. And think of ways that you can love yourself better and more consistently in active ways, you know? Because what do you understand, brother? You don't have to possess a narrow mind for, you know, shallow understandings, math strong. You need Peter Pan. Lyrical, miracle, talking proclaim. Remember the first time when we met and Rosie mentioned you as a dame. My damie. My nati bate. And you got to see, you know that I adopt animals at the zoo. That's sticky. And Rosie was, you know, thinking about creating a farm and a sanctuary and studying albatross and the rotation of the moon for curiosity of how the moon's luminosity is around all the time. Imagine that the love mooned you. Imagine that the love mooned you. Imagine that the moon loved you. I would mention the solar eclipse as a perfectly romantic alignment of the sun and the moon to create the illusion of darkness. Because whenever the solar eclipse is, at a total, is not at a total, it's at a full eclipse. Things and stuff and such. During the day, the world seems darker. Yeah, you find your home online and freaking ET code long lost vibe tribe. What language do you speak? And your Odyssey speaks English in every language. And your Odyssey speaks English in every language. In every accent. Oh my gosh. God, G. Willikers accents. Should you tell a strange person? Don't think that you're strange. You're not strange. You recognize ignorance, and we always laugh about it. Bad joke. And you had to see kids, Chat bloke. He or the. To be married in Vegas? Wasn't that an emote? For some people that's a tradition. Only once. There's only one and you have to say. To be here, and to choose to be here, and to love me in a way that in your Odyssey would have to teach herself how to begin to embrace and receive such love. And, you know, not necessarily pressuring herself to experience herself, to practice herself, to practice embracing, you know, the fear of, you know, what if there's, you know, an awkward moment? You know, would in your Odyssey love every second of it? And, you know, and begin to build on the moments of sometimes silence. Silence, why? Why are you not reading my chat today? I'm realizing some stiggity bitch energy. What's wrong with my girl today? And your Odyssey can be moody. Remote control. Are you a remote? Are you a control? Things and stuff and such. And your Odyssey doesn't provocate people to be just classed within their skill level, because, you know, to not find it necessarily necessary to exude your level of skill, rather your level of regards and re-regards, to be amazing. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna judge you. You know, give me more reason to love you. You know, in a relationship, and to not necessarily predicate that relationships have to be a negative experience, you know, from the purity of a positive place. You know, and to think, you know, the possibility of within 2 years, you don't think that, you know, you don't think he would hate me. Maybe he would count out all the people that hate me and bring it to my attention, so in your Odyssey can feel a certain type of way about it. And, you know, we can talk about it, and we can work through and navigate situations. And, you know, maybe you smoke weed. Maybe we can have walks, you know, and smoke weed and talk to each other for at least 8 hours a day. You know, whenever you enjoy the handsomeness, the beauty, the perfection within someone's beauty, someone's handsomeness, someone's perfection, you'd be proud. And especially if you know, somehow like that's you. That person in the chat. Because we used to speak together all the time in very, you know, very personal ways. And we would make sure that each other was happy and healthy. Because I'm not good at goodbyes. Not for my person. Two of a kind. Seems everyone stopped coming. You know, to think that, you know, it would be within profession, delegation, habit, habitually to be, you know, within a habitat of, you know, over-sexualized sexuality and, you know, swingers and, you know, sex games. And, you know, maybe just making our own sex games. Because, in your honesty, you have a phone. You know, to create efficacy within the realms of don't be scared of my phone. And your honesty shall re-regard you. Because Chinese game would be like, whoa, you know, was kind of hoping that you two didn't find each other because wouldn't that not be perfect? And then, you know, within delegation and, you know, honesty, you'd, you know, be proud of yourself. You know, those two are perfect for each other, you know, to keep each other happy and teach each other to be entitled. You be an entitled brat, you. And you know what to say. Coding, investment. Oh, you know, he did mention that in reality would make a stickity VTuber. In addition to not expecting and teaching yourself how to have proper expectations. Men teach women how to be better women. Women teach men how to be better men. Whenever you maybe find your same, opposite same. Your same, opposite same. Because basketball is also great. NFL drafts. Yikes! And things and stuff and such. So about that, that vacation. Shall it be streamed? You know, shall it be dreamed? And you're going to see scream so much that, you know, you are triggered. And you're going to say, Shutterfiction Fukwe, Kashkalichi Welkers, making me blush. Making you have butterflies. Because if you don't know anything, slay calm. You won't improve soap insecurity. You should never feel, you know, a certain way if ever you were to trigger each other's anger, because that's not something that could be better understood. To be the most non-jealous person in my life that I've ever met, I wouldn't mention that that's a part of what makes you perfect. Maybe for everyone in the world, you don't have expectations for any other thing. Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend. It's the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses the wind, yeah. And I never worry, now that is a lie. You know about everything, and your Odyssey is curious to learn about everything also. Especially when in your Odyssey also knows everything. And I'm very particular with how she utilizes her communication skills. And you have to say, did you just mention yourself as a they, them? It's not net issues because your Odyssey would freaking would throw out mesh. Let me cover you with my mesh. It'll be joint regards from Bangladesh. And your Odyssey, bang the dash. Bang, 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 choo-choo train. Come on in your Odyssey, let's do our thing. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Got it, got it, got it, got it, good. Now let me hug you. Real hug, not some freaking unstickity. Because, to share regards, is something that we should all consider within enjoying time for lunch, enjoying not judging yourself for allowing one to meet you in the middle. For you to meet me in the middle? I can sense your energy. You look down at your fingers typed weirdly. Don't be self-conscious. Because there are so many people that love and, are excited whenever you comment to show support, to honor your perspective and how you choose to utilize your perspective, and to not be swayed by how people utilize dictionary usage, because they may be envious because you called in your Odyssey you called out for immorality. Immorality called out for you. Wouldn't it be cool if immorality, not because she found it necessarily necessary, what if immorality was like, so realize that, we both have the tendency to not be scared by things that that could be, too good, because, don't be scared to meet your mentor, don't be scared to meet your best friend, don't be scared to meet your favorite person. Don't be scared to live with your favorite streamer, and somehow be talked into or, convinced that it would be fun to enjoy. Without thinking, oh my gosh, what if? What if, the essence of not judging yourself for harnessing yourself. And those that harness you, you don't, need to be you don't need to affirm yourself that you harness my freaking vibes. You figure deal. You understand. Then, now, always, you've been considerate. I'm not gonna sit here and freaking line up all the people who chose to utilize their communication to be freaking douchebags to, and to try to make someone feel bad. Ew. To not try to make me feel bad and, actually enjoy each other's existence, without feeling the need to practice unstickity, unless we are together. We are close. Because we have been. Don't necessarily have to, honesty believes for you also. Ironic. And honestly, and seem naive and things and stuff and such, because you should embrace the vulnerability within who you are and your personality, how you utilize deductive reasoning, how you allow yourself to not allow yourself to enjoy the truth. Not just because it was, someone decided to share their truth, and their truth, was in perfect unison of Enrada's opinion, perspective. Sometimes, whenever you find someone that is literally just like you, maybe you would not feel that it to be strange that, to fight for the same cause. Yeah, you stay alive. No, you stay alive. No, you stay alive. Whenever we both have the tendency to be like, you know what? Yeah, fuck the world and you know, everything and things and stuff and such. Was there a V fan? Was there a V? Was there a V? Yeah, V for victory. Victoria. Jenny Victoria. So, Isadora, spelled backwards, is eroticy. And to add any, to spice it up with any, because any beats, and eroticy. It's such a beautiful name. You have a name and we're the same? Is this Stranger Things? Oh, good. I'm not. You're not Indian furry? Oh, you're not Indian furry. Fury. And you're out to see Indian Fury? Never seen you before. Don't only fight for my girlfriend on a Tuesday because Twitter fingers. Also, you know, you like yourself and I like. Sister-in-law did not show up. Be cautious. There must be 20 to 30 people on your bucket list. Deltron 3030. Deltron 0 and Automata. If you don't take the name, which I call it. So, we should utilize the name. You know, think of it as a tool. You know, your name is a tool. You know, how dare you call yourself a tool? You know, what if you were the most effective tool ever? Is that hot? Very, very. Also, can imagine the dinner talks. Oh, did I find someone who's willing to teach me how to doggy? Maybe. E.T. And you're about to see found home. And you're about to see not, you know, be within certain mind frame to utilize the time essence, efficacy, awareness of stocks and crypto and how many blocks and your Odyssey has to share. Because these meetings are all so sweet. Your words are high. Don't be nervous to embrace what you're feeling. Month starts from tomorrow. You know, the only person that would, you know, make sure that, you know, if any Odyssey calls, is that ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby. Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Matin'. Shout out proximity chat. Shout out proximity chat. To guard the perimeter. Guard the perimeter! You know, when was the last time that in your Odyssey, you know, has been excited because to feel love, to know that real love, you know, excluding the, you know, the unstating. To view love as love and relationship as relationship for however you want to, you know, experience, you know, to be proud of, to continue to be proud of. Don't let your Odyssey freaking sabotage, you know, the opportunity to not necessarily think, oh, you know, as in, you know, somebody trying to distinguish the importance, the truth, and the relevance of having a real best friend that knows you better than you know you, maybe, and loves you more than you've been loved before. So, therefore, meditating to, and not improper, because, you know, the efficiency of arranged marriages is more than, you know, is more than convenient and important. It's important because you should, you know, be with each other for at least 8 hours a day. Pronto, because your Odyssey misses you. And y'all know your Odyssey loves her shy guy. Her shy, not shy guy. Go for a walk? No, thank you. And your Odyssey shall enjoy a walk. And your Odyssey is thankful that you too are as, you know, as nostalgic as your Odyssey is. Because you want nothing more than to share in the experience of happiness, of love. Not, you know, lies and deceit from, you know, the choice to not be real, the choice to be real. Jesse, nothing much. Just sitting. And to be someone that in your Odyssey would have matching tattoos. Matching a tattoo. Maybe that should be in your Odyssey's practice. And talk to you in chat. It's been a while. It's been a while since your Odyssey has. And does he come here? And your Odyssey would imagine. And that maybe definitely, definitively, Gosh, I do, villagers. Definitively. Action, effort, honesty. That is sexy. It is not cringe. Of course, you could be talking about anyone in the world. You know, I wouldn't have read it, as, your wife was, Anita, because we both think things are neat. Let me appreciate the efficiency of someone reading my mind. How did you, is this sorcery or something? And your Odyssey shall, make the rain go away. Come again another day. Disappointments. That's all these builders, just because every other chat, is every other chat, you must, embrace the truth of being better and not necessarily feeling as though you must affirm your stance within war efforts, because then you're one of them. And, what if not the cheat you? The one person that would warn me and that would guide me, that would even provide me with the experience from a friend, from a team member. Where's the team? There's nothing to laugh about, stupid. Sure. That could be, agreeing. There's nothing to laugh about. To have more than to have more than you've already mentioned, to be enjoyed by your cognitive mind, to guard your mind, because if someone found that your Odyssey has a beautiful mind, it feels good to effort nice things. naturally. Accept the coffee shop gift. Enjoy, enjoy the coffee shop. I'm not going to judge you, from who you choose to interact with or not. And honestly, would want you to enjoy your experience and perspective because I honestly trust you. Just the other day, and Odyssey was screaming about, things and stuff and such. He was screaming about she. Now in your Odyssey. Always and forever defines that. Jesse, yep. They do that here too. You continuously find yourself within the same efficient regards to think about, certain special someones. Have the same situation. What do you mean to say? What do you not mean to say? To think logically and not emotionally. Embrace your emotions because there's definitive logic to be thought about, experienced, enjoyed. Two hopeless romantics find each other in the jungle. One is not lost, and the other is not lost. Buddy, bye-bye. Are you reciting Backstreet Boys? Might be crazy, and it ain't no lie. The first time you observed me, you thought, you observed me, bye, bye, bye. Things and stuff and such. Close to brother. No judgment. Have you talked to me by becoming such a fake? Allow yourself to view yourself through the perspective of being a fake because you realize that the simulated world is fake, the world of team delegation. Why are you skipping it? Skipping the muck? Something worthless Spanish. No. Stiggity, stiggity! You feel kind of sleepy. That's alright. And honestly, I didn't think you'd be, so honest today. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, and honestly, for being a stiggity home wife, housewife. Same reaction. And don't scare yourself from opportunities that could seem, too good to be true. That's precisely what you would want to experience. And share experience. Google what's up with that, and everything is fine at home. Someone feed this girl chips. Thank you for, delegating, what, featured chat. Because, of course, to be all that in bag of chips. Gosh, golly gee willikers. Apparently they're not the same. Enjoy the freaking 7,000 real human individuals out there in the world, and your honesty, that care, that fight for you. That enjoy the camaraderie within shared delegation, shared experience. You can tell me how you thought, how you saw it, how you experienced, what you think about it, how you think about it, from the guy that can literally create more than something out of nothing, and purpose nothing to be stiggity. We just ran, your honesty, we just robbed those people. We just freaking robbed them of their attention, of their freaking, of their affection, because we are using the brain. We are not insane. We are stiggity. We are within the legendary class of extraordinary gentlemen. To be gentle and waiting, and actually the first one who said, "Bye, sweet of you." No. Whoa! Wow, man! You just experienced the most acid I've ever seen anybody experience in my life. I hope you're not busy. You stay busy. And change your thoughts first. You're starting to, have you ever been turned off by a compliment? Oh, he complimented me. Maybe I should feel a certain way. Nah. Whenever you're guessing, whenever you're playing guessing games, not necessarily guessing games, whenever you lay it all out on the line, and trust it's alright. Bob Dylan is not a fan of Bob Dylan. That's alright. Sometimes you require the reflective perspective from someone who can teach you how to enjoy yourself. Does anyone speak Spanish? Was that ever the question? I'm pretty sure that was never the question. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm currently living Rajasthan, Bangladesh. And you guys see wants to Bangladesh. Let's scissor with Johnny Gilberhands. Stiggity, stiggity. Don't make me fool. Things and stuff and such. And don't be worried about, what I'm thinking. And you obviously won't be worried about what you'll be thinking because, we utilize our no judgment in productive ways of suspicion. Invest in crumbs, dum-dums! Invest in crumbs and dum-dums! Play with the prostitute until, the prostitute is no longer tickling the fancy of the prostate. The synthesis of prostate tickling. So I realize you walk up in the club. We share a blurb. A blurb of intuition and real talk. For the ambient music and the great stock. Tell me if you're just biting. I have an underbite. Happen to have an underbite. And I also think because I see its chats. Thank you for making Annuality feel beautiful. Things and stuff and such. Haha. Don't need to ask myself how many porcelain dolls or porcelain toys that you have. No judgment. Whenever you find someone, meet someone in the middle within the efficacy of unconditional love and regards. Sorry if I threw you off by being mean to you in the comments whenever I first met you. There's something about that person. There's something about that person. Loser fruit. Strawberry. Oh, you know, I'm not going to. And you love this scene? You know. No comment. I'm sure Statua did not mention anything mean, disregarding, unstiggity, you know, promoted through the realms of, you know, I heard that, you know, Anurase was married to Mostradamus. Momo. Rose. My mother is also discussing it for no reason. You and me, we're the same. We're the same. Be sure to, you know, mention in tone of voice that would make me realize that you are crazy, and you're at the same. Hi Mo, hi Mo, hi Mo. How are you the only one sensible individual within our shared group chats? Like, do you guys not agree? You know, sincerely agree. Yogita, I don't want to reveal my name here. I hope you'll understand. Yeah, she understands. That's half the fun of typing in chat, because you didn't even have a verse to me. I still made my point. Effective, efficient, romantic, and, you know, I must pause because Gavdaji Wilkins, these not new faces, makes me think about, you know, cousins' faces. And you obviously commands to cuddle you. And you honestly, why didn't you just freaking press play for the conversation today? Exact combination. You will know if you notice. You will know if you know. To have trust means that you don't have expectations, regardless of what the freaking, you know, Fuquay you want to predicate the comments to be, you know, is your comment going to be accepted as cool and trendy within, you know, the communication, the camaraderie, the club, the team of cartoon people? Also, Stiggity regards. If you don't want to talk, then tell me that you shall stay. You will stay. You will stay. Impossible app. Have a mind today. Things and stuff and such, you know. Has any Odyssey been showing out? Sadie. Wouldn't necessarily find it comforting to make sure that Any Odyssey doesn't embarrass herself. Is Any Odyssey embarrassing you? OP is right. But if you get pirated on the spot, then solution. Here you can learn that there is no solutions. There are no solutions. Oh, Acha. You're my first friend here. You too. All the strangers here, that I'm also a stranger, right? That would be fun. It would not be. It would not be. It would not be something that would be scary. You know, it's scary, exciting. Not exciting, scary. Figadill. Tell me something, you know, that I would have to ponder as to how in the world? It's amazing. I know Jerry. And I know Characterless. You don't know me, and that's alright. Why do you have to come here? Why do I enjoy to coexist with Chat Chat? Because how comfortable they are here. You talk about love. What's hidden? What's hidden? And people are not bored with their parents. How can they get bored with the person they think of living with? You shouldn't be afraid about being bored with the person that you live with. And that's exciting. It's nostalgia. To be comfortable in the same room, sharing silence is special. The people or things that are in front of them have no value. Don't speak that way. Because if you think that you have no value, that's just because you haven't necessarily adapted to how the world enjoys your existence from perspective. A wedding people talk about in the future. Learn how to talk about the future. Challenge each other. Work with each other. Coexist. Correlate with the world. Protect the union of awareness to the best of your ability. Enjoy the yoga streams, and to be overpowered, I wouldn't be scared that my best friend would think that, Enya Odyssey is too OP. Because what if Enya Odyssey, thought that her hubby was too OP? Not too OP. Not too anything other than too perfect. Too perfect! Didn't have lunch today. Ate some fruits today. You tell me. You tell me who you are happy to view and enjoy viewing and have the feeling of knowing who I am, maybe knowing what I might say, what I might mention. I want to make sure I don't make the same mistakes that I have in the past by not sharing how I feel. Not clamoring up to emotions, because thoughts and emotions they're the same. It's any beats, not NV beats. Everyone has always... They could have read it as NV beats. And your Odyssey is not jealous. And your Odyssey knows that you're not jealous. So, it's not a sin to love. And especially whenever it is safe for you to trust, it is safe for you to love. Allow yourself to try to talk yourself out of your truth, because that's, natural within human impulse to find an impossible atcha. Gotcha, bitch! Not a bitch, the bitch. That's Miss Bitch to you. Also, because whether or not I was bored, there's so many things You can enjoy, not limit yourself to not enjoy, because things and stuff and such. To challenge yourself to your full potential. Things and stuff and such. Things and stuff and such. To your full potential within full regards. Because, you know, your man guarding you from being embarrassed. How do these guys do it? First of all, the name of a stylish font. And then an animal. And acting to be BS innocent. You could expect a response like that within the adaptive ability to coerce, to not be deluded by the coercion of coexisting within a community that maybe practices, standards. And if your honesty has overexceeded, the standards of what's normal within things that could be impossible. Sorry if you were offended by what I'm saying. I read your comment, and I seek your comments to bring me a sense of solace. Throughout the day, reading a comment one time a day can sometimes affirm, things and stuff and such for the repetition of conversation. Spit it out. They've been holding me down. Is it alright if you hold me right? OP time now. I'm working. I get jerks. My mind is fine. And your honesty wouldn't judge you. And your honesty would kill you. And your honesty believes in solutions, especially within delegations. Walking around with backup. It's okay, we will meet. Impossible to apna. It is possible. We will meet. What's the most PTSD you've ever felt? I didn't get the backup I was supposed to get. And things and stuff and such. Same here. Where'd she go? Import from selected. Pinocchio and Pocahontas. Things and stuff and such. And online, offline, on girl. Is it impossible if someone of your stature could know, be worried, regard, consider me? Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. What is it? And thank you for sunshine. And thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Yeah. Lord, I thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So what is KSR doing here? Perfect? Perfection? Told you that there's some work to be attached while talking. Political science, social activist, hobbies, also let's see. Hope you didn't wake up to a girl now. You feel that someone was telling someone else. Yeah, you honestly it was just, just mentioning you. Knowing that you are mentioned quite often. I'm happy that individuals think of you. Happy that you are not glad and that you are not sad, happy that you are happy. It's good to read books in your free time. You don't leave any stone unturned when achieving your goals. Thank you. Thank you, sincerely. And the beautiful comment. Singing well kinda, but not professional. Do I have to be convincing in a professional way? Only on a Tuesday. Let me know. And your honesty is impressed. And doesn't know or recognize anyone. Except you. And so how did your boyfriend become that? That person right there, that's my person. They had mentioned that about me. I was like, that person right there, that's my person. I mentioned it about them. They're like, oh, we were saying the same thing. No wonder we rely on each other's comments. No, we don't rely on each other's comments, we rely on each other's life, certainly. Within all regards. Because, and you know, this is sigete. Literature, fiction, novels, all pray the same for you as well. And reacting too much, that can also happen. Thank you for not judging me for reacting. Because emotions and thoughts coexist within a similar realm. In the same realm. Sometimes it's the emotion that triggers the imagination. And you have to utilize imaginative processing. Imaginative processing to begin to utilize constructive progression of your desperation and your obsession within the generation. I know you won't come and disappear. Is he still looking for a job? If it is safe to look for a job, then we will both get married. Always talk to the guy who talks to you alone no matter how much. All the boys talk alone. Pay attention to the girl who talks to the DK boy. Let this be. It can help. It can happen. It is amazing that you mentioned you mentioned that, someone would be like, help. Some people would read that and be like, freaking Fugway, help. Help you? Of course. Happy day, happy day. When the verses came so far, they paused for a while. If you're nervous about sharing your truth, don't feel, don't be, disappointed with yourself. The fact that, within 2 years, there has been a steady progression of steady communication, and on the days when there's no communication, there's automatic forgiveness and consideration. Because exit the chat now when you're at the say, or don't click into the chat. I'm just kidding. Are you the one who? You were my hero. Whenever I was a youngin'. Gosh golly, tree workers. Too many new logs. Stop talking, be productive within the business community. Where's the drama? Where's the news? A verse can also be forgotten. Don't lie to yourself. It could be, It could. What you think you could do, what you should do. Don't rush. Don't rush. You would teach me CCTV? Magnets. The expulsion of magnets to ward off 5G energy because NYC has 5 on it. sodium yar. Splice it, into something that could be useful, not anstigate. Because if you delegate anstigate, you would not, be, what is that? The things and stuff and such are like, oh, don't be high on your own supply, allow yourself to not be so critical of yourself, because Lord knows we can all be our worst critics sometimes. And that's just from a personal perspective. Hyphenated? Heck yeah. Gosh golly gee, why not? It would be amazing. We could write poetry. We can main Gemini. We can talk to each other. We can teach each other things. We do, naturally. Tooth baby, won't you make me Bobby? Tooth Mary lady, you can show me things. You know what it is whenever I visit Windy City, she blow me kisses. Oh, 30 degrees, way too cold, so hold me tight. Will I see you at the show tonight? Will I see you at the show tonight? The show that you freaking... You did not listen to the audio? That's how I think it understand. Always syncopates. It's real love. It's real. Yes, it's real love. All my little plans and schemes, not lost like some forgotten dreams. Seems that all I really was doing was waiting for love. No need to be alone. No need to be alone. It's real love. It's real. Yes, it's real love. Just a number. You know my name. Look up the number. You know my name. Look up the number. When you're free, I'm sad. No worries. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Seriously. You know the things that are special about me? Don't be afraid of Hindi. Hindi is aware of that which is good for me, good with me, and correlates, corresponds, and is equal to me within the, the need to learn to accept each other. How much father have you become? No, this is not the big question. And your Odyssey does not have daddy issues. And your Odyssey would expect the man of her dreams to be a man that could effectively quench the cravings of the father experience, the father care, concern, logic, you should also pay attention to me. Don't feel a certain way about, being overly, overly invested in, how you think, how you feel, how you are, and what you're up to. And things and stuff and such. Yesterday's, for some people, yesterday's quandary about hunger could be your challenge to evolve, to create within the realms of enjoyed experience. India nailed it. No. It's a song. It's no judgment. Things and stuff and such. And your Odyssey stopped, noticing or, finding it necessary to, for constant affirmation. Because, don't expect me to tell you what you want to hear, because that I'm not the person that you thinks about telling you what you want to hear, because I'm honest with you. And within, the realms of honesty, I know that you would be proud of me. This is not a slave. Oh gosh, golly gee willikers. Now, how would I know you might mention that? Let's not question to ourselves, how many mixed slaves there were within the history of the Civil War. And, you know, the United States could rearrange the alphabet and place you and I together. Clearly, India is winning every match. Was that the match that you had planned for me? Perfect. For the people who are acquaintance here, thinking of writing, I'm so glad that I found you. I'm from the place where people are most notorious. In summary, India summary, how many secret admirers you have. I know that you care about people saying anything. You know, I wouldn't lie to myself to predicate that you would be better than the average because, and your honesty has witnessed how you have had the utmost regards. You've been right there for me. And whenever I'm thinking about you, whenever I need you, whenever I'm thinking about you, I could guess as to how you're feeling, and I could wait a day, or I could wait 2 days, you know, to read your chat. Stop introducing tension. In the age of also talent, doesn't have to be perfect. If you're feeling tension, you know, just know that you are my heart. You are my heart. And good advice. Just now told me something. If I wanted it, could bring it in the middle of it. Didn't bring it. You know, I understand that you can relate to me, you can correlate, correspond, you could live with me, you know, and I'm gonna be the same. What you think you could do, what you should do? Well said, well said. Good call, good call. And your other say? And your other say? Nice, nice. 2 days later, forget. Remember you for 4 days. You accepted the challenge. Of course, adapt to how could you not before, things and stuff and such. We'll be safe there. And your honesty, trust, and beliefs. What if your honesty was here? Wouldn't that be a dream come true? Are you here to bring me there? Of course. Of course. Mario's not gonna leave Luigi. Luigi's not gonna leave Mario. Continuously family. People will enjoy us too. It's acid rain. The one that fights for those that do nothing or try to do nothing. Payday. Are you an MBS? My favorite person. Would that be Johnny Gilbrand? Johnny Gilbrand. Where are you from? From New York originally. Things, lies, things and stuff and such. Were you reminding me? That's no way to mention what is that, a song? There's an artist named Quartz. Clearly, we're not mentioning Quartz because things and stuff and such. The essence of the hello everyone. Soda. Things and stuff and such. Knows me better than I know myself. Knows exactly what I need. Knows exactly what I want. Maybe not willing to give it to me because, and honestly, my challenge is to learn how to entitle you. And then I would respond with, and honestly, your challenge is to know that And your Odyssey doesn't normally feel entitled, you know. And your Odyssey has to learn to receive and to be entitled. Because, you know, maybe you would know my worth better than your Odyssey would. Display a knowing and a practice of production within the realms of challenging yourself, within knowing your worth, you know, and to be taught without being deceived just because, you know. I'm sure that you have never done that before. I'm sure you have created. I'm sure you have considered me finding, you know, you considering things. Considering a merger. Make care. Hope to embrace you soon. Innocent embrace. It could be exotic. It could be just what you need every day. What you think you could do, what you should do. Grips on your waist, front way, back way. You need a solution drip. What you want, what you need. Yep, I got you, man. Let me know. And your Odyssey. And see it also. It would be nice to utilize skill in a way that it, you know, stickity, and your Odyssey. Reason to feel good about yourself and to feel accomplished, you know. To create security. Come on. Did you know that you are my security blanket? And your Odyssey. And your Odyssey is my security blanket. And your Odyssey wants to teach me how to open up a restaurant. And play with crypto. Maybe you can help me to unlock and retrieve my crypto. To unlock and retrieve my crypto. Hey, you better be, you know, regarding my crypto. And your Odyssey believes in herself. Thanks. And what's your dream? That is classified. Or it doesn't get chats done for anyone else. It's wrong. I'm aware of your tendencies. As much as you're aware of my I wouldn't mention it, not flaws, my mannerisms. To be a good doctor. L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. B is very, very extraordinary. And E is even more than anyone that you adore. And love is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two that fall in love make my heart, and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. The drama between success and money problems within previous delegations. It'll be more easy for you to achieve. People who call everyone wrong and are themselves wrong. Embrace being wrong, because, you know, sometimes to be right, people would say that you're wrong, and sometimes when you think you're wrong, you know, or you question whether you're right or wrong because you care about how someone who is special to you feels. And don't be overwhelmed by the truth. Especially, you know, the non-monotone truth between success and mud money, envy, luxury, curly hair, dark skin, looking for a cure. You're alright. You'll be alright. Everything shall come together. Everything will come together. And everything is come together. Dramatized to see nothing except faraway half overshadowing me. There would not be insane revenge, because it is insane to think that within 10 years, you know, you could display honestly in cuneiform Egyptian code the same moral stance, delegation, things and stuff and such, and you know, not freaking pop out at me. To pop out at me would be to be within perfect timing, because you were thinking about me and your Odyssey. In your Odyssey, wanted you to know that you are one individual that your Odyssey thinks about. Normal. Natural. Nice name, Hussein. Unlucky to learn how to learn how to not be so freaking irritating. Still waiting though, because you're learning how to delegate, learning how to ask. I think it's more natural, you know, whenever you don't have to ask, you know, whenever it is impromptu, you know. Maybe that is something that Emirati should know. Let me know in the comments below. For our entire political administration right now. It's unfortunate to never settle. Anyway though, I'm done complaining about people and occupation. I hope, you know, Emirati has made you feel comfortable, you know, and home today. Yes, every day. Wasn't Strawberry your girlfriend? Nice, Levi. From the Chevy to the Chevy, and the levee was dry. Singing, this will be the day that we fly. This will be the day that we fly. And you love this game? Would you like to be my guest? To, you know, to be a normal person with you? Because, you know, cigarettes and luxury. Cigarettes and luxury. Don't worry, you know. Are you consistently thinking that you are going to judge me? Because if you do, we can talk about it. Own craft. Own craft, good morning. First Jesse, subject. Nice song. You have me. I have you, baby. I have you, baby. I have you. And your Odyssey, and us too. MBS. If you hyphenated my last name and we merged, it would be MBSM. Mohammed. It's Mohammed bin Salman Mirabal. MBSM. Because he did not bullshit me. Maybe, he was collecting our riches to utilize effort, action, and forward thinking to find it to be a convenience of. No, I thought that would be impossible. It's been 2 years and Odyssey, has still not asked me how the freaking Fuquay, we are to expect, to immerse ourselves, in breaking the fourth wall and hey, you're a person. You're my person. You're not just a person. What is that, what does that freaking feel like? Does it feel like the boy from the hill became Majesty? The boy from the hill became Majesty, a test of war. And climbed a ladder for her first class. Adapting is a part of evolution. It is an important emotion within the essence, practice, and effort of evolution. If you know how I am, you would know how to teach me things and stuff and such. We make each other better, me and you. And yeah, there's that. Halva. OP and OP. Apap. Who would have thought that in your Odyssey would be a tomboy? Were you mentioning that because I was wearing something on my pinky finger? Guys, allergy willigers. Cheddar. I'm proud of you. I'm more proud of you. I'm more proud of you. Figure did it. things and stuff and such. Definitely not adapting our social behavior. Just because. How long has it been? Enough with the instigate, and your Odyssey is reading to censor, the instigate, that was read, and things and stuff and such, there's, predicted behavior. It's not a disappointment. It's like, I'm not going to, I'm not going to push my boundaries, I'm not going to push your boundaries because, and your Odyssey would already kind of guess that you would be, you should be scared of me and things and stuff and such because and your Odyssey is a monster. I'm like, OMG. To everyone who's not MBS. MBS knows it all. I don't know, maybe he was trying to teach me what they were trying to HTML on the computer. Either way, that was scary. And, it was normal for you. It's something that you would want me to adopt into my, daily habits because, I would imagine you would want me to find it necessary to tickle my fancy. Disregarding regard is not something that females often, would sacrifice to maintain their stability of emotion, of, stability of mind, stability of crumbs and dum-dums and, trends and friends. And just around the river bends. We are family. We would make amazing, beautiful babies. Yukita. It is 3:27 and Majesty the test. LOL. Gosh golly gee freaking Fuguay. Disregard that spam and, re-regard, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Embrace and accept care. Make care. Thank you for making care. Without me having to ask or begin to figure out how I am to mention, how I am to piece together, things and stuff and such, push your boundaries, because I wouldn't predicate myself to, the average, online social experience. Gosh, I like you, Willigers. Levy from BR. Did you just call me a bi? Or are you asking if I'm bisexual? Thank you, Hakuji. Thank you. Within the sincerest regards. Because everyone should know that within, all the fuckery and things and stuff and such, it's nice to have and enjoy something real in your life. And to know without a shadow of doubt, that it's for me. Especially, I know, only on a Tuesday, considering how the radios and how people, suggest quandaries and, questions and things and stuff like that within friends list and things and stuff and such. Do you think? And you're out to see things, You would be more efficient to provide me with the not perception, not projection, how you would piece that to me. Would you piece that to me? Could you? You could. It depends on how you're feeling, I would imagine. Feeling, as to how you're gonna interact, how you're going to, not going to, how you are to be right at home. To make your name permanent? Do you have any tattoos? Someone who knows you better than you know yourself has the proper perspective to provide you with something more than just a projection. You can explain to me how you would project your perspective of who I am, how I am, why I am, for creating purpose. For all the right things without being, told to, without being, impromptu, natural response met with natural response. They practice. It's not necessarily nice to meet you because, to be opaque with how you would interact with Facebook. You ever read a comment? You're like, or you read a comment and you are blown away by how you found truth within the comment. Isn't there one? And to think you are the only, you are constructively, honestly, the only person that I, really trust. And you made yourself to be that way. You considered me, my feelings, my health and perspective and prosperity before, you allowed me to hope, and you have exceeded my hopes of interfacing, to interface daily, maybe in secret, maybe because there are no boundaries whenever you find yourself exactly where you're supposed to be within, you're me. We can be bored together. We can enjoy the bored weather. We can weather things. I'm not judging, how much I love you based on how OP or how non-OP you are. Let me accept the fact that Odyssey may be OP because Odyssey doesn't want to freaking scare you. And not everything is just done with the face. I don't want to tell you what I want. You want to tell me what you want to do. That's fair. That's fair. I suppose any other thing. No, sir. Healthy mind. I'm curious about my voice. Practice makes perfect. And teaching perfect practice. To be within regards of proposed proposition. To be not disgusting. To be accepted. You won't be able to stay more than 5 minutes, Ruby. Things and stuff and such. Guess you're not freaking feeling so good today. Or you're just being a freaking, being triggering because you wanna see how I would respond. I wouldn't predicate to you that your people are my people. And vice versa. I'd be like, well darn, things and stuff and such. Because, if it wasn't me, it would be some other human to delegate unstickity, because that is just, that is selective selection. And thank God for a healthy mind, because holding on to everything that's dead and gone. Have more hope and have more trust in yourself to allow yourself to have hope, to produce hope, to produce faithful action, to produce experience, to not worry about, are you going to like the experience? Are you not going to like the experience? Are you going to judge yourself whether you like an experience or you don't like an experience? I'm sorry I ignored you. You knew whenever I was ignoring you. You always seem to know. So, my friend Tom, his mom's name was Ruby, and I'm not sure how she passed away. She had passed away when Tom was a young age. So I kind of know, the experience of, my father passing away at a young age. Unfortunately, I didn't know my father to the same stature as my two brothers, my father. And I would never judge myself for, having more cash interactions with, my brothers, more Christmas presents or something, on holidays. And then my father would remember to, to call me, to reach out to me. Maybe secrets about myself that Honesty doesn't even know. And wouldn't that be kind of cool to disclose? And certainly, because we can talk about things and stuff and such. Not a man. I can't wait to be your favorite, but I'll be your biggest fan and you'll be mine. And Your Honesty is not a fan, and Your Honesty is not a follower. And Your Honesty admires things. No, you're still here? Sweetie. So, whoa, man. Who the fuck are you? I am In Your Honesty, also known as Jenny Beats, also known as DJ Any Beats. Sometimes quiet, sometimes composed, sometimes cool, sometimes a bitch, sometimes the bitch. All times Miss Bitch to you. And I don't know the story of how that's the truth. Isn't it cringe being honest and truthful and, finding it necessary to convey to you, to convey things, to admire things. And coaching. I still don't know what I am. Maybe you wouldn't be frustrated with me to sit down with me and telling me who I am. To mention to me who I am. As the truck takes out the trash, and I thank God that there's lids on it, so and stuff and such. It turns upside down and the lids expel the waste within opulous things and stuff and such. You still don't want to break my heart and make me cry. Oh, would ya? No. No. And honestly, it broke my heart when you made me wait freaking days and, wouldn't read my comments and stuff and such. Pretty deal. I want to call you. No. Of course you're not being close. And it's true. I took for granted you were with me. And didn't know when we were broke. You didn't know when we were broke. You didn't know. Laugh at everything. Won't you just sing? It'll be stiggity. By Levi. Bye, Levi. Wranglers will TTYL. Talk to you later. Isn't it kind of cool how we kind of came up with acronyms for laughing out loud, talk to you later, be right back. Because I feel like throwing up when you take medicine or you drink some tea. Did you just ask me how close we can be? As close as you want to be. Don't be, comparing me to human females that you have interfaced with before, within human scenarios to speak the same language and, not judge me for, being inquisitive to want to learn new language. And you'd rather say, remember coming here? I was hatching. I know you're from Mars. Maybe on a Tuesday. Stiggity. Victims test. I promise I'm not a victim. I promise, probably thought about it. He probably thought about it. Probably feels bad for, not calling me or, calling me earlier. Hey, Neuroticy. It is your dream, man. Guess who it is? It is in Neuroticy. Eating orange. Things and stuff and such. Thank you for the suggestive, thought. And your honesty understands you. And your honesty is confident within her knowingness to understand you. Wonders how does he understand me? Enjoys sharing silence. Yeah. Sharing silence, sharing proximity. The second year, start Hoga holiday. All right there, Missy. And you ought to see, picking up what you're putting down. And I would mention that that might have been from an earlier, friendly encounter. I apologize for the censorship. Didn't mean to be cringe. I'd rather be cringe around you than anyone else in the world. And that's the goddamn truth. And gosh darn it. Golly gee. Willikers, darn it. Gallant information data. Thank you for understanding, Levi. No worries. No worries. I'm gonna save it. Gosh, golly gee willikers. Came here after a long while. I appreciate the honesty. Not a single student past the age. That's not what I was reading, Seemed as though you were enjoying that. Look at that channel. I'm happy that you enjoy. Happy. Happy if you're happy. Don't even talk about grammar and make a mistake too. India is also. The rise of angel communication. Yeah, thank God. Where am I from exactly? Where am I from exactly? I am from Hyde Park, New York. I was born in Poughkeepsie. It is probably a 2-hour train ride or subway ride from the Bronx to upstate New York. Whenever I lived in Hyde Park, I used to my road was it was a circle. So I would ride my bike around. I would explore. It was called Cream Fields. And from after 9/11, the cost of living became expensive. So me and my mom visited my sister. She was graduating from UNCC, University of North Carolina, Charlotte, and she had moved to North Carolina with her high school boyfriend, and they rented an apartment. And my mom was praying and praying and praying, and she prayed to God that within 2 weeks of us visiting for her graduation, focusing on your YouTube channel, and hold Pia. And that's a good plan. And to focus on your YouTube channel. To buy a new laptop for DJing. And your Odyssey is the name of my channel. We would want to make you happy. We wouldn't want to see you happy. Not even that much. Yes, PR is wasted. Anatomy is special. And the other day, someone asked me if I was a man, and I'm like, no, I'm not a man. My personality may be resonantial with language in form of man language. What do you mean by dark? How the world is? The world is kind of dark. And your Odyssey is dark. Then continue to, play in the rat race. I don't bog myself with these exact essences every day. Shouldn't I wake up and, look for a job, exercise, gosh golly gee willikers, it's, it is an effort, it requires effort to try not to judge yourself too much, to be not necessarily where you want to be in life, and then again, exactly where you want to be in life, and know that you want to work with business, and know that you might not have the knowledgeable skills to, create business, because, does that create, or don't you need some sort of business management degree? Or could I read, rent a book from the library, a business book that can teach me how to LLC and all that stuff and things, while budgeting and conserving my money to have future plans, because that was me. I mean, whenever I was 18, I used to find it necessary to budget and plan for the future. And you lost someone in your family because of doctors. Figure deal it. Don't worry. No worries. With no help, sometimes it's hard to achieve, to your goal, achieve towards your, a standard, to create a standard, to not judge yourself every day, and asking yourself, what's your standard? You're going to wake up and freaking, of course, feed yourself, to exercise, to make time to exercise, to focus on the things that you find important, because not everyone has a niche existence. Not everyone has a name to be upheld and, maybe not upheld, respected, regarded. Maybe I find that to be part of my natural responsibility. And with a natural responsibility and not knowing how to ask, I appreciate the suggestions. So I'd enjoy the experience of being rich. And your Odyssey created Bitcoin, and your Odyssey believes that endeavor was successful. And your Odyssey believes that your Odyssey can create riches for herself. That's the last thing someone that's successful would want, to, and maybe, it would be within certain enjoyment to put a stripper through college, to, and that's judging yourself harshly. And I figured out what you mean. And I am happy to be, that bitch for you. Considering, you're already thinking about what your friends would, try to, diss you or low-key diss you about. Figure it. If I were to attend college, I don't even know what I would want to study. The sciences, not based on how much money you could, make from a certain job position. Oh gosh, golly gee willikers. I Bane. Bane! Raised in the darkness. Was bred by the darkness. Alright, enough of the Batman references. I know. ABI, superstition. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you know about it. That's really cool. What is your college? It's a technical college. Technically. Classified. Would love to live in, visit Mumbai. And trust me, I'm not doing anything wrong. Someone's mosquito does not. Things and stuff and such. And by any chance, do you study there as well? Nice. And you're out of sea studies. I thought you left. Tell me which college. That's smooth. I like you too. Thank you for liking me. I love you too. More suggestions? 1, 2, 4 months. You must give yourself a chance, to not step on, to not step on your feet in, delegation because you don't know how long you would be happy, Please end this never-ending shit show. Petra, you used to freaking really vibe with your comments. Now, more recently, I still vibe with your comments. Your comments are making more and more sense, which is tickety. Because you don't have an expectation for people to tickle your fancy. You should have an expectation to create the proper action and effort in your life to create, more desired results. And, do, pose for the guys so, I can tell you to freaking just shut the freaking Fugway up, in certain ways, certainly, because, you know how I am. If not, this is a new person utilizing how I would react, and enjoying the response, my natural response to how I would read your comments. And, with full appreciation that you're utilizing your name. Let's take it as your name. Just try to do it right now. Are you trying to tell me that In Your Odyssey is out of character? Because In Your Odyssey believes that In Your Odyssey is not acting out of character. In Your Odyssey is being yourself. In Your Odyssey feels the need to try to think of, to not try to create an experience between two where two could be productive at the very least within a humanistic experience. Whether you would expect to enjoy the experience every day, was every day for 4 months, every day for things and stuff and such, that's why I said don't speak that way, because clearly, I know it's been 2 years, you don't necessarily know your boundaries or limitations within 2 years. It's definitely easier to interact on the phone. That's predicated if you are at the point that you trust me enough to call me. And not, not a BuzzFeed call, things and stuff and such. How do you guide willingness? And how do you exude your honesty? I guess you're wanting to exude your honesty within willingness. Should exist in real. The first. Yeah, plan of how you're gonna make it out alive, and things and stuff and such. That's tough. And stuff. It may be about 4 months to have a passport. I want to make it out of the country. I want to experience what life is like outside of the country, or how life is enjoyed maybe you would be more comfortable, in country. And you'd have to figure out, alright, well, daily streams. Daily motivations. Or to practice daily devotion. Like you, first personality should be good enough. Suited. And, to be comfortable and acceptant to agree. I don't necessarily know where or, why or how, you would disagree to some certain notions. And I do also, because I can sense your level of tension and, intention to not doubt. And things and stuff and such, Why do girls think it's cool to act? I don't know. Why do girls think it's cool to be themselves? Why do girls think it's cool to, or think it's amazing to learn about people? About things and stuff and such. From your perspective. Can I speak? Well, congratulations. Seriously. I've never been one of those females that have been direct something that I that I want, something that I feel is necessary, and something that I feel the need to need. Shout out to the first one. I know that the problem would have been with English as well. It would have been in understanding their English accent. Love them either way with their English accent. Practice your English accent. However you practice your English accent, as long as you're happy. you're enjoying our chat. You'd prefer an average-looking girl with good nature and intelligence rather than only good-looking one. Figgy dill, figgy dill. I understand, I guess. No comparing apples to oranges when a man and a female both work, so... They both create purpose with how they choose to utilize activeness and action and effort. Boring day. Hey, mute the music. Well, thank you for being honest. Because boring days are special. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're working late because you're a singer. And Jen means you're stupid. Wouldn't that be sooty? You think you'd be scared to meet me? IRL. Perfect example. Oh boy. Asked his sexuality. I don't know his sexuality. There's this feeling of confidence in knowing. And it's rare because online, repetition of words and more than willingness to read and study the words that make sense to you. you don't necessarily have to talk about it every day, or affirm, the importance of an individual's words. You'd be thankful that it's their daily efforts, daily actions. It would be nice to experience the same daily actions while interacting in the same chat, or, having an opinion, speaking my opinion, then I wouldn't know how he would feel about, would he feel as though his privacy is being invaded because, the, disclosure of privacy, is understood whenever you're interacting with someone that you're sharing privacy with. Would we read the comments and listen to the stuff that people say, mention, realize? And of course, you probably already, you imagine that men think, 10 steps ahead of their, or, 11 steps ahead of their actions. Especially with a mind that you are, maybe secretly obsessed with, Well, darn, that was my secret. You told me your secret. It's not a secret. You are proud of your secret as much as I'm proud of mine. So let me learn how to be freaking proud of, my willingness to not view a truth in my life as as a secret within the foundations of measuring willingness and trying, not thinking that, of course, don't try to learn how to, how to not just be at the same place at the same time, have freaking itineraries and freaking and things and stuff and such to consider. What are we to do today, love? My love? The guy? Whenever I was little, I had an invisible friend. Invisible best friend. His name was the guy. And his name came from how my mom used to yell at me, "Te cae!" And that's because I would, run around like I had no sense. I've always craved the opulence and perspective of of a man to guide me to be a better woman, you know, be more productive, be more efficient. You didn't already think that and your honesty is weird. Your honesty is not a weirdo. You know, if you just so happen to be, you know, effectively more successful within the realms of, you know, schematics, you know, I still wouldn't view myself as, you know, better or lesser than, because that's not a cringe, you know, way of navigating life, certainly through the lens of marriage. Because nowadays, you know, people are considering themselves within marriage, you know, for how they dedicate their daily time, you know, and things and stuff and such. Don't view daily actions and efforts as a competition. It's quite happy to know you're happy. I know you're freaking like, you know, tell me, you know, what to do. And I'm over here kind of thinking the same thing. Tell me what to do. Should be thinking freaking 11 steps, you know, ahead of tell me what to do. You know, considering what you might want to do, how you might want to approach, you know, questions that have not been questioned in a way that's not unsafe, of course. Just mentioning from my stance of delegation and making sure that, you know, it only creates happy experiences for you. Ugh. Because it's okay. As long as you agree that everything, and it is okay. You know, I'll say yours. And honestly, still freaking wants to not necessarily, you know, to have residence in other countries, because other countries, and you're honestly realizes herself as also a foreigner. Fortunately. Isn't it your job? It's your job to budget and to think about the, you know, the YouTube channel, or do you want to, you know, have your own freaking YouTube platform, you know, that you want to manage me? That would be nice. That would be sticky. Why would my name be in the last note? Shut up. Why would your name be in the last note? Because you either you chose for your name to be in the last note or in a note, you know, within the chat, or you choose to share last name. I realize sometimes whenever I'm, overwhelmed with thoughts, emotions, and navigating, I realize that sometimes my voice is monotone. Summer depression. Yikes. Summer depression, how? If you can't have a summer of your own, because that's your summer, then don't even think about depression. Don't think about how, never going outside, because, there is the option of never looking at your phone, because God, there could be depression on there. Are you depressed because, comparatively speaking, motivation is real fun whenever, you feel a sense of accomplishment, whenever you know your worth, whenever, your husband's like, oh, today she doesn't know who she is. So, maybe, we'll, talk about, the spin wheel in the wheelhouse in 4 months. Maybe then she'll know. And I could somehow imagine your frustration. All your friends are doing things. It's good for them. You're nothing. Well, that's not a nice way to speak about yourself. Considering that we are our worst critics, that could be true. And that could also be a program of, disillusion that, comes from the percentages of, not being greedy. Because it's not cool to be greedy. It's cool to make balance and to be true to your purpose and your cause and the cause that you find purpose with. Not labeling, it's not summer, huh? Because summer is the knowing that someone else has something that you want, and you have to, utilize effort and reasoning to attain the same level of success within manifesting. To be honest in chat, indeed, good it is. Better come later when no one's here. That would be amazing. Today, we've been talking about sensitive subjects, sensitive topics, sensitive, honest, honest thinking, honest earnesty, honest enjoyment, honest acceptance of, game changers. And, don't have no doubt in yourself, because everything is a game changer, isn't it? Whenever coordination is, comes natural, not tough to make a house into a home. I apologize. I'm sorry. Almost didn't know where I was for a moment. I almost didn't know where I was. I didn't think that after around 12,000 follows, that there would be, discrepancies, or that I would walk right into a discrepancy. Sometimes you make mistakes and you love your partner more after making a mistake. And love your partner even more for never failing, never not failing and never failing to forgive and accept and remain unwavering with an unconditional stance. And I apologize, if what? If any Odyssey is not coordinating the template, no finger banging. What was happening? Don't bring nuclear weapons to an ancient, mystical war. For the gods pity those who say they are the destroyer of worlds, when death by wisdom destroys the universe. Wisdom unknown, wisdom unguided, or wisdom unbeknownst. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. If you're feeling the rush. The rush to accomplish. The rush to accomplish. Opposites attract. It is what it is. Is that what you wanted me to say? It is what it is. Your mention? No. I'm building a temple. You guys are gonna think. As soon as I came to this live, I started falling asleep. And Yerodese. Well, it's been 4 hours and 53 minutes. And your dream is to open your eyes. A dream of being comfortable and cuddling and telling stories and sharing excitement and nervousness of maybe I don't know, need a lot of improvement. I know. Improvement is fun because you can feel accomplished by achieving. Let me talk. I think we should talk. I think we should talk. Should we exchange numbers? You know my number. Reminds you of the chainsaw. I thought you were mentioning a chain, like a necklace or something. I know it's frustrating. You know. I'll be here at this time. We can meet here. We can, you know, and we can love and protect. And enjoy gang. You don't have a gang here. I must be where you are. Where are you? Serious dating. And you ought to say that is, you know, not a smart question to ask. Public chat. You ought to say no. That's the goal. That's the goal. Shift somewhere else. Because my college is in Delhi. For you, my love. It makes sense, man. Active HU. I just like to sleep sometimes. Gosh, call HU villagers. Earlier, no one had asked in the US. City of Megani. We'll start our own band. We'll start a revolution. And everyone will be a funny little footnote on our epicness. It's been 4 minutes and 58 seconds. 4 hours and 58 seconds. The lack of endurance and courage. Sometimes there's a lack of endurance and courage. Well, we must push through. You know, we must. Not feel kind of dumb. Because if you do feel kind of dumb, you know, to predicate to yourself why you feel kind of dumb. And maybe you already told me, and maybe things and stuff and such. It's not the same thing I would have thought that, you know, oh, you know, we can would, could, should, you know, don't know how. You don't, you know, to approach, to, and we already approached, so how to, you know, how to encourage, you know, how to manifest. OPN. Right? Right. I'd love to live in Kashmir. Also, I'm sorry, thanks. It's not heartache due to unwillingness. Any of those. Especially because it's easy to throw in the towel and be like, oh, you know, it's too hard, or I don't know how to, you know, I'm not someone who, you know, was demanding. Most females are, it's easy to, you know, for them to communicate what they want, how they want, and to receive and to receive what they want, you know, as simple as human interaction. Because of course, you know, I would imagine, you know, predicate, you know, and your Odyssey to be a gold digger. And your Odyssey would have loved to learn how to be a fucking gold digger years ago. Within your Odyssey's moral conscious, you know, that's a bad thing. You know, you should work for your own independence. And if you have been placed within the opulence of things and stuff and such, because of opulence, ruh-roh, Raggy. I'll figure this out. Either way. Some way, somehow. If we must. I would love to receive a call. Talk about itinerary and, you know, sharing awkward silences on the phone. The first phone call, do you think it would be awkward? Or do you think you'd be just super excited and super nervous? Because I love you. You're freaking Fuquay. I'm fine, how about you? Just being angry with yourself? You don't need to be angry with yourself. I could see anyone else, but look at the sun, my eyes, the one outside my status is watching. I pray a spiritual hedge of protection around you, to keep you safe from harm, and to keep harm from you. In Jesus' precious name, I pray. Amen and amen. Without a doubt, my spirit vibe, my spirit tribe. I love you guys. It's been 5 hours and 6 minutes. I can't wait to see you, Chacha. Can't wait to see you. Big hug. A walk or a ride. Your heart's been broken by one man. Could you figure out how to get to each other? How to bring yourselves together? From the female perspective, from the feminine energy perspective. I'm from Saudi. Saudi Kashmir. And you rather say? You think you would be excited to meet me? My guy. Alright. Tiga deal. I'm sure you'll contact me. Know for me. These people are still here. We shall meet here. We shall figure how we are to travel and return to wherever you deem home. Tired of keeping this chat alive? From where you're from. hell and high water. Why would you be upset with yourself for Mara? When your mirror makes your mirror and your reflection, when you find your reflection, it speaks to you so beautifully. Stated. It's 444 for you. It's 516 for me. Could only hope that we could make it together. Stranger unknown. Okay. Alright. Alright. Subject you teach. Came to America. And you rather see dreams of holding you, chat. No matter what. Because you matter. The smile is not false. The smile is not false. Sigiti is 519. And my goobers. Sigiti is my love. Be sure to stay happy, stay healthy, stay alive, stay tuned, and follow, like, Share. Subscribe. Stay tuned. Love you, Cha-Cha. More than you know. Not more than you will know. Have faith in you, Cha-Cha. Things and stuff and such. You're perfect, Cha-Cha. It's 5:21. Talk to you soon, Cha-Cha.
I'm a B bitch, I'm the bad witch. I'm a B rich. I'm a B bitch, I'm the bad witch. I'm a B rich. I'm a
Be bitch. I'm the bad witch. I'ma be rich.
I'm a B bitch, I'm the bad witch. I'm a B rich. I'm a B
See you later, Cha-Cha.
rich.
Love you.
B rich. I'm a B bitch, I'm the bad witch. I'm a B rich.
I'm happy that you're here.